All right. Hello. Now, this is my first video since Friday. The reason for this is that Steam Next Fest for the summer started on Monday. And I have a game demo in this Next Fest called 9 Trials of Whiskers. So, I've been talking to people, gotten some streamers to take a look at my game, and hopefully sounds like some of them actually wants to try it, and that is really exciting. Other than that, the Steam Next Fest I cannot see have got me any new gains in Wishlist since it started. This is over 2 months since my game released. I got a huge bump in the beginning, up to 30 wishlists, due to videos and Steam exposure in the beginning, I suppose. From that point on, I have gradually been gaining about, let's say, half a wishlist each day. So about 30 wishlists in 60 days. Anyways, that was just a quick little update of why I have not posted any videos the last couple of days. For today, I saw Brackeys actually launched a new video of lighting in Godot, which is very exciting because he makes great tutorials. So we will be taking a look at this in the beginning today, and we do also have a few things on our to-do list for our multiplayer project that we are trying to learn. We added a small mining mechanic to our game, which allows the player to hold the interaction button towards a mining ore and gradually gain ores, depending on the pickaxe speed and the pickaxe power and the ore's health. We also were able to make text float up behind the player, like +1 iron ore, as he was mining. And we were able to make this text visible for everyone in multiplayer at the correct location above the player who is mining. And we were able to make the text face each player individually on their own screens. That has been what we have been doing with the mining mechanics so far. But there are some ideas I have to how we can make the mining a bit more exciting. We can currently see our total ores on screen. And while that is something, it is not exciting. If you have a way to spend the ore to give some meaningful upgrades to your pickaxe, or perhaps build some machines that will do some extra mining for you, or have an investment system that allows you to store ore in a market that gradually increase. Really, anything that allows you to do something meaningful with the ore you mine will make mining more exciting. In addition to this, the mining is really bland if you don't have animation and sound. I could notice that text helped, since you will visually see that you are mining and how much ore you are getting. But animation and sound will be a very good addition to the mining as well. I have said it's a big project to add animation and sound, and that is maybe not the case if you know what you're doing. But I felt like I was a little wobbly on this part of Brackeys tutorials with the animations and sound. So the big project part is mostly about me finding the correct assets and sound and knowing that I'm going to struggle to implement them. So that's an update for what we can work on later. Let's jump right into today's video of Brackeys with the lighting. I wonder, can I also put the restream chat here? There we go. We have a viewer. Hello, Rorsak. Nice to see you. Let's just do like that.
I really love lighting. Wait, hold on. Mainly because of how powerful it can be. Poor lighting can ruin even the coolest looking scene, while good lighting can take something simple and make it interesting. And lighting a scene is a super creative process because it can help define the aesthetic of your game. So in this video, we'll look at how to use lighting to achieve different looks. I'll show you all the tricks I used to light this indoor scene and this outdoor daytime scene, and how you can very quickly turn daytime into nighttime. We'll learn about the technical aspects that go into doing all of this and how to find a balance between performant and high quality lighting. We'll of course also cover global illumination, reflections, and the concept of light baking. So lots of ground to cover, and before we get into how you can get creative with lighting, here's a very quick intro to how lights work in Godot. But first, this video is sponsored by Senva. If you already know the basics of Godot and want to level up, check out Senva's Intermediate Godot Mini Degree. This is a complete learning pathway designed to take your skills to the next stage. You'll dive into key topics like version control, shaders, procedural generation, and best practices in programming patterns. Plus, you'll learn multiplayer development and how to create custom plugins. Senva's platform makes learning fun and practical, with professional video tutorials, written lessons, and interactive quizzes. With a single subscription, which includes a 7-day free trial, you unlock this entire pathway, plus over 300 other courses on topics like Unity, Python, and Unreal. Use the link below to get 20% off your first year on top of any existing discounts. The offer is only valid for the first 50 subscribers, so don't miss out.
All right. Lighting with Brackeys. Mentioned a couple of techniques. Baking lights is something I am familiar with from Unity, which is a nice technique to add some quality light with shaders and everything to your scene, but it's already pre-calculated as the game starts, which allows it to drain very little resources. So high quality, low resources. But it's not, as far as I know, dynamic, like it won't show the player's shadow as they walk around the scene or other objects as they move. But we will see. Maybe my understanding is a little wrong. Let's continue watching.
Godot has a few different sources of light. The first is obvious. It's the 3D light nodes that we manually place around our scene. But the world environment can also add light to a scene, and so can emissive materials, but we'll get to those. So let's start with this very simple scene. And the question that normally comes up is, how do I get rid of the lighting that is already here?
Let's see, does he have he does not give us any doesn't give us any project, I think. This one is finished. I guess we can use that one and then just reverse engineer, remove the lighting. Or we could follow along and add lighting to one of our own scenes, of course. I think I prefer add a little bit of lighting to my own scene. It might take a little longer, and it also might look a little worse because we don't have any cool models. But I also think it's just as good of a learning experience as using the same scenes and just editing slightly on Brackeys scene here.
See, by default, Godot uses a preview, sun, and environment when working in the editor. So to make the scene dark, we can disable the preview sun by pressing this icon. But
let's open Godot. Let's do our multiplayer game. Here we have one scene called Main World. This is it. Very exciting. We should make the ground a bit more normal color for this. Like white gray. That. Fine. And he mentions you can turn off the light in the scene by clicking toggle preview sunlight. And if we search for light in our scene, we can see we have one omni-light over here. So that provides light to the scene. I think we will just delete that for now. We don't want any light sources to begin with. See, we can find any more lighting here. That should be it. Okay.
it's still not completely black. This is because the preview environment also contributes light to the scene. So you'd think that we can just disable the preview environment then. But this just makes Godot default to this horrible gray color. Instead, we need to enable the preview environment, go under these three dots, and add the environment to our scene. As you can see, we now have a world environment node. Here we can go under environment and set the background mode from sky to custom color. And because the color is set to black, we can see that our scene turns dark. I will also just go under the glow here and disable it.
Okay, let's do this step by step. So we remove the lighting, the sunlight. We keep the environment on, but we make a new environment node. We going to find the here Go back 2 steps.
Node. Here we can go under environment and set the background mode from sky to custom color.
Sky to custom color. Okay. So we change this. I'm doing it slightly wrong. Let's see.
To our scene. As you can see, we now have a world environment node. Here we can go under environment and set the background mode from sky to...
It does. Just click under background here. Sky, set it to custom color. There we go. And then he also suggested doing the glow, turn it off, like that.
To custom color. And because the color is set to black, we can see that our scene turns dark.
Now I can clearly see that we still have some light in our scene. And why that is, it beats me. It could be an update for Godot 4.4, since no, his video is very new, so
I will also just go under the glow here and disable it. So now our scene is completely dark.
Why my scene not completely dark? We have the custom color completely black. This slider did not matter. Ambient light is black. Glow disabled. This thing. Floor. Everything has a little bit of lighting to it. And what if we hit play? How does it look? Okay. In our game, it is completely black. So there is just something I have active in the editor, which allows us to see in this darkness. Not sure what.
Which means that we can add a light node to see the effects of that light only. And if you watched our video on making 3D games in Godot, you'll know that we have 3 different light nodes that we can place in our scene. Directional light, which shines light onto the entire scene from a certain direction. It's often used...
Yeah, I have some notes on this. The working in 3D, collider, sun and environment. Do I have more on light? Yes. Let's just get these base notes in here. Good.
Used as a sun or moon. Omnilight, which emits light from a point out in a radius. Think of it like a light bulb. And spotlight, which emits a cone of light in the direction it's pointing, kind of like a flashlight. It's pretty easy to start playing around with these lights. Just add one to your scene and place it where you see fit. But there are a few things that are good to know. So here I've added an omnilight to the scene, but the lights actually share a lot of the same properties. For example, if we go under shadow, for all of them we can enable shadows here. We can also go under light and set the energy, which is the intensity.
Okay, so light properties. Let's learn some of these. Light properties, we often have shadow. how should we say this, because this is very general and I'm not sure if all the light types will have it, but all light types may not have all these properties. So we know, but shadow, objects cast the shadow.
Intensity of the light. As we can also go under light and set the energy, which is
Energy is intensity, the light.
intensity of the light, as well as choose a color.
Color is usually an option.
But there are
yeah.
also some settings that are specific to each light. For example, under Omni here, we can set the range of the light. We can also adjust that with the gizmo. And we can change the attenuation. This controls how light will fall off as we get further from the source. And attenuation.
Okay, that's interesting. So Omnilight. Light properties. I'll make a section for properties here. Like light properties. And then we call this top one general. And then down here for Omnilight, we add range. The distance, the light. The light radius, I guess. Next, we can do attenuation, if I got that right, which tells us how quickly the light falls off as it travels away from the source.
Of 2 is physically accurate.
Okay. And as a subpoint of attenuation, a value of 2 is physically accurate.
And right now, Godot is emitting light from just a tiny point. We can go ahead and increase the size in order to simulate light coming from a larger source. We can see that this has two effects. First of all, the size of the light in the reflections grow, and also it results in shadows becoming softer. Increasing the size of a light can give really nice looking results.
Okay, that's interesting. So the size of the light matters a lot. Let's see, I'm also gonna name under what section we find each of these. There's one Omni section where we find range and attenuation. Then there's light 3D section where we find size, and size, a larger size gives larger reflections and softer shadows.
But it's very performance heavy, so use it with care.
Larger light sources are very performance heavy. Good to know.
If you find that your shadows are looking fuzzy, you can always go under Project, Project Settings, enable Advanced Settings, and then scroll down to Lights and Shadows. Here we can increase the soft shadow filter quality for both directional and positional shadows. So I'll just set mine to high here, and that should in positional shadows.
So project settings. This is I don't know, like You turn on high. How can I say this? The more performance heavy lights you have in your scene, the lower you need to put this quality if you're going to be able to run the game on high FPS, right? So in my mind, this means if you are able to be smart about your lights that you put in your scene, which makes them utilize very little performance, this allows you to use very high quality in the project settings. That's how I view it. And that is how putting smart lighting in your scene instead of just very expensive just to make it look good, you're gonna end up with a better end product. And this is why we should take note of everything he says regarding performance. So if Brackeys say that we should be careful about using a large size light because it's performance heavy, we should make sure we remember that. That said, let's go in project settings and we find rendering and was it environment or what did he? Rendering lights and shadow. Perhaps he does use a different version of Godot. Project settings, rendering, lights and shadows. That I cannot find. Maybe because I don't have a light. Let's add a omnilight. Raise it here and check save the scene and check our project settings. No, still no light. Let's do a search. Light. And here we can see light and shadows. It's very weird that we didn't find it when we went manually down to rendering. Is it because we need advanced settings? Yes, lights and shadow. So the shadow, he suggests putting it on soft, high, slow.
So I'll just set mine to high.
For the soft shader quality, he has it on the fastest. But this is for mobile. I guess he doesn't care about that. Soft, high, slow down here.
Here. And that should instantly make the shadow.
Let's make sure we didn't miss any.
Advanced settings, and then scroll down to lights and shadows. Here we can increase the soft shadow filter quality for both directional and positional shadows. So I'll just set mine to high here, and that should instantly make the shadows look a lot smoother.
There we go. Close this. Currently now we can see this box, it does not cast shadows. Well, there could be a couple of reasons for this. I suppose first thing we have to do is check the light, if it casts shadow. There we go. Now I can see the box cast a shadow. And if we go ahead and hit play, the player also casts a shadow in this light. So does the ball. Very funny. My first thought right now is that we will look a little bit more on the video, but I'm thinking it would be very fun to make a little mining helmet for our guy, since we are making a game where you go around and mine. We'll see.
The spotlight again shares many of the same settings, but for this one we can control the angle, which is kind of the width of the cone, as well as the angle attenuation, which again controls light fall off as we near the edges of the cone.
Okay. We are back to properties. And then we have specific properties for what is this cone light called? Spotlight. And in the spotlight 3D section, we have range and attenuation. Like Omni, but we also have angle. Should we say it? Radius of the cone. Angle. A larger angle creates a bigger radius cone from the spotlight. And if we do angle attenuation, how fast the light falls off towards the edges of the cone.
And the directional light is no exception. Again, many of the same settings, but under directional shadow, we can adjust the max distance.
So now we're down to directional light. Directional shadow.
This controls how far away we can see the shadows cast by the directional light.
Max distance.
This is of course a performance optimization, but if you find that shadows are fading out too close to the camera, you can simply increase the max distance.
So the distance, how do we say it? It's the draw distance from the camera to the shadow being cast. 12 meters draws shadows up to 12 meters away from the camera, I think.
Solid squad. DPS.
As mentioned, light nodes aren't the only sources of light in Godot. As we saw, the world environment can also add light to our scene. Let's call this environment light. By default, the world environment adds light to our scene based on the background we choose. So since we made the background a solid black, no environment light is currently being added. But if we were to change this to a brighter color, we can see that it hugely influences the light of our scene. And if we set the background to a sky, the colors of our sky now determine the environment light. So modifying the sky again has a big impact on the scene. But of course, we might want to make changes to the background without affecting the light. In this case, we can go under ambient light, which is the constant amount of light being added to the scene, and modify it individually. We can adjust the intensity or set the source to something completely different from the background. But the environment also contributes another kind of light to the scene. Can you guess what it is? It's visible on the screen right now.
Can we guess what it is? Rorschach. What provides lighting from the environment? It didn't mention reflections yet. Perhaps it's something to do with that.
That's right, it's reflections. Very reflective materials like this sphere show this pretty clearly. But just slightly reflective materials are also influenced by this.
Let's see.
Choose. So since we made the background a
Or environment.
solid black, no environment light is currently being added. But if we were to change this to a brighter color, we can see that it hugely influences the
background. Oops. The background adds lighting by default. So it's a ambient light. Ambient light and source. The background adds lighting by default. Change the source to have the lighting provided to the scene be independent of the background, which would allow us to have a completely dark room while we see a bright sky in the far distance. Completely dark town, even out in the open, no? Perhaps you want a kind of bright sky with stars or something going on above you, but you don't want any light from the skybox to influence your scene. Then you would change the lighting there. Ambient light to like color black.
the light of our scene. And if we set the background to a sky, the colors of our sky now determine the environment light. So modifying the sky again has a big impact on the scene. But of course, we might want to make changes to the background without a amount of light being added to set the source to something completely different from the background.
Yeah, it's of course worth noting as well. The background adds background light to the scene, and then adjusting. See, what is it called? Energy. Sky energy. Sky contribution.
But the environment source to something completely different from the background.
Again, we notice when he has. It's because he has a sky background. That's why he gets. That's why he gets sky contribution when he has chosen background, and I do not. If I change this to sky, I will have it as well. Yeah. Okay. And the energy, if I set it to a different color like white, it doesn't matter because background is black. Let's see. Not sure if the energy does anything for me right now. It's only effective if ambient light sky contribution is lower than 1. Okay. So if we have this on like 0.5, then the intensity matters. And what is kind of funny then is that we see a high energy with a sky contribution less than 1 makes a lot. This slider is crazy. Makes a lot more light than a sky contribution of 1. Interesting. Energy. Density. The ambient light requires sky contribution less than 1 if active. Okay.
The intensity, or set the source to something completely different from the background. But the environment also contributes another kind of light to the scene. Can you guess what it is? It's visible on the screen right now. That's right, it's reflections. Very reflective materials like this sphere show this pretty clearly. But just slightly reflective materials are also influenced by this. And just like with ambient light, we have individual control over that here. Finally, an important thing to know is that environment light is global. Both ambient and reflected light will affect all geometry of the scene. It doesn't matter if it's indoors or outdoors, nearby or far away. This is sometimes what you want and sometimes it's not. We'll get into how we can influence that later.
Environmental light and directional light is global, even indoors. which is kind of crazy to me. So there will be a section talking more about that specific point. So I'm gonna hold off some notes, but let's see. I wanna mark down these project settings. The shadow stuff. Let's see, directional shadow, positional shadow. Directional shadow, positional shadow. Both of them have a soft shadow filter quality, which is recommended as soft, high, slow to make better lighting. Yep.
Also, I'll be using these guide spheres throughout the video. I find that they make it easier to see if the brightness is good and if reflections are working properly. If you want to do this yourself, it's nothing fancy, just a scene with 3 spheres, each with a standard material. One almost black like coal, one almost white like paper, and one shiny like a mirror. The exact material values for this really aren't important. Alright, now we know some of the tools at our disposal, which means that we can start thinking about how to use them to express ideas. Because lighting is an art form, and one that is just as important in games as it is in theater and movies. And by far, the most important part of lighting is placement. Light shining directly onto a subject from the same height tend to feel less dramatic, while lights shining from either above or below a subject tend to feel more dramatic. In fact, using just one light with the same settings
Oh man, commercial, dude.
This is the most important part of lighting is placement. Light shining directly onto a subject from the same height tend to feel less dramatic, while lights shining from either above or below a subject tend to feel more dramatic.
I'm a bit worried I miss chats if people would come by today. Because my restream chat did not show up the first message. Let's see if I open it here as an individual app and then notifications, desktop notification. That should be a fix. Now I should hear if anyone writes to me.
In fact, using just one light with the same settings, we can turn something nice and inviting into something dark and dramatic. Alright, I don't do dramatic that well, but you get the idea. And we don't want to focus too much on light, which I realize is a weird thing to say in a video on lighting, but there's another thing that is equally as important: shadows. Here's a monkey lit with a single light and very little shadowing. It looks super bland. And here's the same monkey lit with the same light, but moved slightly and with heavy shadows. Suddenly we have atmosphere, intrigue, mystery. And you'll probably recognize this from movies. A romantic comedy is usually bright and evenly lit with light soft shadows, and the light color is warm. An action thriller, on the other hand, is usually dark and unevenly lit with heavy hard shadows, and will probably use cooler lights, especially during nighttime. In general, shadows mean mystery. What we cannot see, we might imagine or wonder about. But of course, we can use more than one light, and I find that the best introduction to this is the idea of 3-point lighting. Here we define a key light, which is the main light illuminating the scene. When outdoors during daytime, the key light is almost always the sun, and in a studio environment like this, the key light would be this big frontal light here illuminating my face. In games though, many scenes will have multiple key lights, especially indoor scenes. The key light is often supplemented by a fill light. which softens the contrast by brightening some of the dark areas. For our setup here, we use a less powerful light shining directly onto the shadowed part of my face. It's common in games to use environment light to accomplish this. Finally, a light from behind the subject, called a rim light or backlight, can help define the shape of the subject as well as make it stand out from the background. We also use this here. As you can see, it helps define the shape of my head. It's common for a rim light to be a different color than the rest of the scene. This light here, for example, is set to a much cooler color than the lights in front. So these are the 3 lights that make up 3-point lighting. And while we might not use this setup exactly when lighting a game scene, I think about it all the time when lighting pretty much anything.
Okay, let's
So these are in the shape of
view that one more time.
Use environment light since is about. But of course we can use more than one light, and I find that the best introduction to this is the idea of 3-point lighting. Here we define a key light, which is the main light illuminating the scene. When outdoors,
Okay. Do a little section called 3-point lighting. You have the key light, main light, illuminating the scene.
During daytime, the key light is almost always the sun, and in a studio environment like this, the key
For example, the sun.
light would be this big frontal light here illuminating my face. In games though, many scenes will have multiple key lights, especially indoor scenes. The key light is often supplemented by a fill light.
Then we have something called the fill light.
Which softens the contrast by brightening some of the dark areas.
Softens contrast by brightening dark areas. Some of the dark areas.
For our setup here, we use a less powerful light shining directly onto the shadowed part of my face. It's common in games to use environment light to accomplish this. Finally, a light from behind the subject, called a rim light or backlight, can help define the shape of the subject as well as make it stand out from the background. We also use this here. As you can see, it helps define the shape of my head. It's common light to accomplish this. Finally, a light from behind the subject, called a rim light or backlight, can help define the shape of the subject as well as make it stand out from the background.
Rim light. Light from behind the subject. Helps define the subject's shape versus the background.
We also use this here. As you can see, it helps define the shape of my head. It's common for a rim light to be a different color than the rest of the scene. This light here, for example, is set to a much cooler color than the lights in front.
Typically a different colors than the key and fill light.
So these are the 3 lights that make up 3-point lighting. And while we might not use this setup exactly when lighting a game scene, I think about it all the time when lighting pretty much anything. So let's do exactly that while looking at our first example, lighting this tavern. So because this is an indoor scene, I started by setting the background color of the world environment node to black. I then thought about what light might be spilling in from the outdoors. If it's pitch black outdoors or we're deep underground, I might not use any environment light at all, especially if I'm going for a very dramatic or spooky look. But if it's bright outside, I'll most often set the ambient light source to sky and adjust the parameters to something that feels natural for this setting. In this case, I was going for a nighttime look, but with a little bit of cool moonlight shining through. The default sky was already pretty close, I just toned it down a bit and gave it a blue and purple tint. Next I look for physical lights in the scene. Are there lamps, candles, or other things that might emit light? In this case, the first thing I noticed were the candles on the tables. So I added an omni-light for each. The lights have a low range and a warm color. There are 4 candles, so I made them faster by not enabling shadows, which is fine for lights that are quite subtle.
placement of his light is slightly higher than the candle. Soft lights doesn't necessarily require a shadow. Okay.
For each. The lights have a low range and a warm color. There are 4 candles,
Low range.
so I made them faster by not enabling shadows, which is fine for lights that are quite subtle. Also, I didn't want the light to spill out too far, so I increased the attenuation to.
Okay. What should we... Maybe we should have a section for like light setting example. Indoors, tavern, at night. So we have the ambient light. Where he used some...
This is an indoor scene. I started by setting the background color of the world environment node to black. I then thought about what light might be spilling in from the outdoors.
The world environment, the main node, the first subnode is background, black. Second one, ambient light.
If it's pitch black outdoors or we're deep underground, I might not use any environment light at all, especially if I'm going for a very dramatic or spooky look. But if it's bright outside, I'll most often set the ambient light source to sky and adjust the parameters to something that feels natural for this setting. In this case,
So we can use sky plus dark slash purple color.
I was going for a nighttime look, but with a little bit of cool moonlight shining through. The default sky was already pretty close, I just toned it down a bit and gave it a blue and purple tint.
Lower sky contribution slightly. So that's one example, right? Next we can do the candles. Omnilight above candle. Warm colors. Mostly white.
Next I look for physical lights in the scene. Are there lamps,
We have the low range and intensity. I guess we can put the values in.
candles or other things that might. So I added an omnilight for each candle, so I made them faster by not enabling shadows, which is fine for lights that are quite subtle.
No shadows.
Also, I didn't want the light to spill out too far, so I
Attenuation 2. Increased to lower the range of the light.
increased the attenuation to 2. Next, I added an omnilight to the oil lamp. This one is bigger, a bit less warm, and has shadows enabled. It acts kind of like a key light.
Now he says the light is bigger. Does he increase the light size or does he only increase the range?
Next, I added an omnilight to the oil lamp.
Adjust the energy. The candles as well, I think, had energy 3. I can check it.
That are quite subtle. Also, I didn't want the light to spill out too far, switches in a warm color. There are 4 candles, so I made
The energy was 0.3 on the candles.
them faster by not enabling shadows, which is fine.
And the glow was mostly white and yellow. And orange, maybe.
Fine for lights that are quite subtle. Also, I didn't want the light to spill out too far, so I increased the attenuation to 2. Next, I added an omni-light to the oil lamp.
Okay, so let's pay attention to how he increases the range. He said size, but I wonder, is it only the range?
This one is bigger, a bit less warm, and has shadows enabled. It acts kind of like a key light. And I did the same for the furnace, but this one needed a... It acts kind of like a key light. Bigger, a bit less warm, and has shadows enabled. It acts the oil lamp.
So the range is larger.
Also, I didn't want the light to spill out too far, so I increased the attenuation to 2. Next, I added an omni-light to the oil lamp. This one is bigger, a bit less warm, and has shadows enabled. Omni-light to the oil lamp. This one is bigger, a bit less warm, and has shadows enabled. It acts kind of like a key.
Range and attenuation. Oil lamp. Omni-light. Above lamp. Slightly less orange. Mostly white. Also known as less warm colors. Shadows included. Acts like a key light. The big light in the room. Energy all the way up at 3. Range at 5. Size not adjusted. Just to specify.
Key light. And I did the same for the farm and has shadows enabled. Light far, so I increase for lights that are quite subtle.
Candles. Range 3. Shadows is the last point. This. Can we do this as well?
Also, I didn't want the light to spill out too far, so I increased the attenuation to 2. Next, I added an omni-light to the oil lamp. Right. Notice how I'm placing the lights just in the furnace, but this one needed a heavy orange color. Notice how I'm placing the lights just above, or next one needed a heavy orange.
That looks good. Notice the range of the furnace is really large.
Notice.
And it very much looks like he added shadows to that one.
And I did the same for the furnace, but this one needed a heavy orange color. Notice how I'm placing the lights.
Furnace. Omni-light. More warm. Very orange. Color more warm, very orange. Range 10.
Warm and has shadows enabled. It acts kind of like color.
Oh yeah, that was a big point of the Omni-light. When you wanted the light with the larger area, you used less attenuation, so it doesn't fall off as quickly. Yeah.
Notice how I'm placing the lights just above or next to the light source. I find that this often produces the most natural looking results.
I see. Just above. Placement just above or in front of the light source. Yeah.
Another thing that you'll see me doing is going under the world environment and adjusting the exposure as I go. For the example scenes in this video, I used the new AGX tone mapper available in Godot 4.4 with just a little bit.
Some advanced stuff going on here in the environment tab. Tone map and adjustments. Environment, light, adjustments. Tone map and adjustments. Try AGX with different exposure. For the adjustments, we can fiddle around with brightness and contrast. Is that a word even? Play around with brightness and contrast. And other values, I suppose.
Bit of color correction to add some contrast. Now at this point you might be thinking, I can see the effects of the lights, but I can't see the lights themselves. In other words, we need a way to define emissive surfaces that the player can see. And more than this, we don't just want these surfaces to be bright. We need them to glow. In real life, when looking at a light source, we can often see a halo forming around it. This is because light gets scattered by impurities in the air, such as dust and smoke. And when filming with a camera, light is scattered in the lens itself, especially if the glass is dirty. To achieve this in a game, we combine emissive materials with a bit of post-processing.
Some dungeon entrances in Top Heroes are super sneaky.
We combine emissive materials with a bit of post-processing. So first, creating an emissive material is actually really easy because it's built into the standard material. Say we wanted to add emission to this box. We would create a standard material, so right-click, create new resource, standard material. I'll name it emissive material. We assign it to the box, and then in the material we can go under emission and enable it. We can set an emission color and adjust the energy. So now the surface is bright, but we need it to actually glow. And for this we use post-processing. So we'll go under the world environment, we'll go under glow and enable the glow effect. And we can start to see something now, but I don't think the default settings here are very good. I almost always change the blend mode from soft light to screen. And we can also increase some of the levels in order to introduce more halos of varying sizes. I often go for something like this. Now this effect takes advantage of HDR to only create glow around very bright spots. And we can adjust how bright a value must be by using the HDR threshold. And now we can freely create and adjust emissive materials and we'll see the effects immediately. But as you might have noticed, emissive materials don't actually emit light onto their surroundings in real time. They have to be combined with a light source such as an omnilight to achieve that. However, there are ways to make it seem like emissive surfaces are actually casting light, which we'll see later. Returning to our tavern, the model actually came with an emission texture. So it was as simple as adding it to the material and setting up the glow effect like we just saw. It's always nice when you have emission textures to work with, But if you don't, a lot of the time you can get away with using a simple mesh with an emissive material on it. I've used this trick a lot. And at this point, the scene looks alright. But something about it feels a bit bland. And I think the reason why is because the colors of the lights and the textures are all very similar. In other words, we need contrast. And also, currently there's only light coming from visible light sources. A great way to add interest to a scene and make it feel like a bigger whole is by allowing light to shine through, say, a doorway, thus making the player wonder what's on the other side.
For sure.
So I decided to take advantage of the staircase leading down by adding...
Okay, that was quite a lot of information on the mission at once. First thing to note about the mission is that we need a material and enable a mission on it, right? Mission. This maybe?
Then in the material, we can go under emission and enable.
Create a material. Under properties. Mission. Enable.
Enable it. We can set an emission color.
Set color. And energy.
Color. And adjust the energy. So now the surface is bright, but we need it to actually glow. And for this we use post-processing. So we'll go under the world environment.
Alright. Emission material. First part, and then we have post processing required for glow.
We'll go under glow and enable the glow effect.
We go to world environment node. Properties. Glow enable.
Effect. And we can start to see something now, but I don't think the default settings here are very good. I
Blend
almost always
mode.
change.
Then we do blend mode. Green.
The blend mode from soft light to screen. And we can also increase some of the levels in order to introduce more halos of varying sizes. I often go for something like this. Now,
Change levels to get halos. Light emitting from source of different sizes. Brackeys typical setup is similar to this, right?
now this effect takes advantage of HDR to only create glow around very bright spots. And we can adjust how bright a value must be by using the HDR.
Okay. HDR threshold. That is also under glow, yeah. We can put all of this one spot to the left like this. Make this. Properties. HDR threshold. how bright the light must be to create halos.
HDR threshold. And now we can freely create a value must be by using the HDR to create glow around very bright spots. And we can adjust how bright a value must be
To mid-glow, I guess.
by using the HDR threshold. And now we can freely create and adjust emissive materials, and we'll see the effects immediately. But as you might have noticed, emissive materials don't actually emit light onto their surroundings in real time. They have to be combined with a light source such as an omnilight to achieve that. However, there are ways to make it seem like emissive surfaces are actually casting light, which we'll see later. Returning to our tavern, the model actually came.
So that's a point for emission, that you often combine glowing objects created by emission with a light source. To effectively cast light further into the scene. Light onto the scene. Yeah.
With an emission texture. So it was as simple as adding it to the material and setting up the glow effect like we just saw. It's always nice when you have emission textures to work with, but if you don't, a lot of the time you can get away with using a simple mesh with an emissive material on it. I've used this trick a lot. And at this point the scene looks alright, but something about it feels a bit bland. And I think the reason why is because the colors of the lights and the textures are all very similar.
Perhaps we should create an emissive material just to have done that. Let's do it on this ball here. To see if we can find the material somewhere. Here. I'd have to go in the scene. Mesh. Here we go. Type sphere mesh. Material. Standard material. Make sure emission is on. So to do something like that, and the color. If we're gonna maybe plan out the light for a headlight or something, then we would maybe want a very bright, a little warm, something like this. Now that we did this, we can save it. I think we can also save this material. We go to material and we can call it what kind of light is this? It's very bright. Called lamp. Yeah, sure. Lamp. Maybe we make it a bit more orange. I don't know, like it seems so green. Why does it seem? Maybe because I had this on. Yeah. Yeah, let's try it like this, it's fine. Save this, go to the main world. And we can see both the spheres got this. We can see that there is no light being emitted yet. We're gonna go and change the glow. We're gonna do a screen light. We're gonna change the levels. We're gonna cheat a little. 1 1 0.5. 1 1 0.5. Then 0.200. 0.200. Like that. And we can see a little bit of a glow. But of course, very much. You have the material, lamp material, and we do this, then of course it would glow a lot more. I think we're gonna look directly at the lamp of sorts. This is maybe appropriate. Now, of course, like Brackeys mentioned, if we added this material to a lamp, we would also add a light to emit light onto the scene. We remove our other light. I don't think this will emit much at all. So let's go to our light. And this. Oh. Where can we enable the entire object? There we go. Then we put this close to the ground. You can see there's really not much light being put out to the scene, if any. Probably nothing at all. So that's... We'll see what he has in store. Apparently we can make the emissive material also output a little light, it sounded like. Put the light back on.
In other words, we need contrast. And also, currently there's only light coming from visible light sources. A great way to add interest to a scene and make it feel like a bigger whole is by allowing light to shine through, say, a doorway, thus making the player wonder what's on the other side. So I decided to take advantage of the staircase leading down by adding a green omni-light to create the impression of something weird and interesting going on in the cellar. I think this instantly makes you wonder what's down there.
Now I wonder if we would have an entrance to the cave. Let's say we are in a cave underground. When we are down there, we want the background and the ambient light to be black. When we get above the ground, we would like to use the skybox for the lighting. Now that's interesting. How do we set the ambient light of a specific area something different than somewhere else in the scene? And is that even possible? Or do we need to use something silly like a giant omni light for the sun? I don't know. We'll see. We will see. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, then continue. Feel free to check out the demo in the meanwhile. Remember, it's on Steam Next Fest the next 5 days. 9 Trials of Whiskers. We are back. We just saw emissive material, so let's see what more Brackeys got in store for us.
Is it a lab? Is it magic or monsters? And to further tie the room together with the outside world, I imagined that moonlight was shining in through some windows in the near walls. So I added 2 more omnilights with a dark blue tint to show that. And already this scene is looking pretty good. But we can definitely make this basement light pop even more by using just a little bit of secret sauce.
Okay. Let's see. Outdoor lighting slash lighting from other scenes, rooms. Omnilight with specific colors. PG. Green. Light coming from cellar. Or dark purple coming from windows during night time. Cool.
Before we do that though, I thought it would be cool if we took what we've learned so far and used it to light an outdoor scene as well. And what better place to do that than outdoors?
Verrassend voordeel bij krijgen.
These commercials are getting crazy. Might need to upgrade to premium, it seems.
For outdoor scenes, I like to begin with the sky, since it has a huge impact on the mood of the scene and will help inform how the scene should be lit. In this case, I decided to use a sky HDRI from Polyhaven. I'll often try out a few different ones to see what works well for the scene. I landed on a warm sunset. If you want to learn more about custom skies and the world environment in general, you can check out our video on making 3D games in Godot. Now, the most important light in a daylight scene is the sun. So I added a directional light. I rotated it around until I thought it created some interesting shadowing and then matched up the angle with the sun on the sky. Because the sun is low in the sky, I also made the light slightly orange. Next, I looked for other light sources.
Would you please? I'm trying to concentrate and you're not making it easy. All right. Guess I won't have any birds in the scene then.
Anyway, next I looked for other light sources in the scene. Since the sun is setting, I thought it was reasonable for the lamps to have been turned on at this time of day. So I added an omnilight to each with a fairly low intensity and a warm color. It's important not to exaggerate these, since the light of the sun should still feel powerful compared to artificial lights. I also enabled shadows. If I was
Okay. A good point. While the sun is up, make sure the intensity of the lights outside are not so great.
I was targeting low-end hardware, I would either keep these disabled or bake the lights, but we'll get to that. Finally, I added emission to the lamps. And at this point the scene looks fine, but it feels a little dead. So to give the impression that there are actually people living here, I added emission to some of the windows as well. I also decided to throw in a second directional light to act as a rim light. I made it shine from the opposite direction and gave it a cooler color. This scene also lends itself well to some
Oh, interesting.
I also decided to throw in a second directional light to act as a rim light. I made it shine from the opposite direction and gave it a cooler color.
Interesting. A secondary directional light can be added with the opposite direction of the first. With a cooler color. To create the effects of a rim light. Yes. Sorry about that flickering of the screen. I was testing whether the microphone picked up my key typing.
This scene also lends itself well to some subtle VFX to simulate particles in the wind or perhaps swaying in the grass, but that's for another video. And the background currently feels very much like a background. It would be great if we could find a way to blend the sky and geometry together a bit more. Which again brings us to that secret sauce I talked about. Fog.
Just look at that water placement, expertly done! This is the epitome of sport!
Fog is a really helpful tool when lighting a scene. It's great for blending geometry with the background. It can also be used to hide render limitations in the distance and to create all kinds of cool effects. For example, we can use it to fade distant objects into the dark, creating a really claustrophobic effect super common in horror games. Such an effect can be achieved using what I would call old school fog, which can be found in the world environment node under fog. This is a very performant way of fading objects into a solid color based on depth or height. I won't go into all the parameters here, but I recommend you play around with them. They can easily inspire cool looks for your game. To create a horror-like fog, for example, we can set the mode to depth and change the light color to black. Then we can choose where the fog should start fading in using depth begin, and where it should be completely black using depth end. And that's it. When we move the camera through the scene, the fog makes sure that everything that is not close to us fades to black.
Okay. So that includes areas full of light then. Hides render. Hides render distance limits. Black fog used in horror games.
And change the light color to black. Then we can choose where the fog should start fading in using depth begin, and where.
Let's see. That's more for properties though. I'm not sure if even fog is correct to keep under light, under this light tab, but let's do it. Fog. Black fog used in horror games. Depth begin is this. Depth begin. Where the fog starts kicking in. Depth end. Where the fog completely takes over.
Where it should be completely black using depth end. And that's it. When we move the camera through the scene, the fog makes sure that everything that is not close to us fades to black. But Godot also has the option to add volumetric fog. This is a much more realistic fog calculation that will color the fog based on the light shining through it.
Wow. That's cool.
But Godot also has the option to add volumetric fog. This is a much more realistic fog calculation that will color the fog.
I should make a bit more specific notes though.
Fog. Fog is a really helpful tool when lighting a scene. It's great for blending geometry with the background. It can also be used to hide.
Right.
Render limitations in the distance and to create all kinds of cool effects. For example, we can use it to fade distant objects into the dark, creating high camera more expensive to render. Being scattered the fog based on the light shining through it. Much more realistic fog calculation.
So volumetric fog is a separate property in environment. And this type of fog takes into account the light shining.
Calculation that will color the fog based on the light shining through it. In other words, it can be used to emulate light being scattered by particles in the air.
Volumetric fog. Okay. Volumetric fog. Similar to fog, but takes into account the light, the color of the light shining within.
This is of course also more expensive to render.
More expensive than normal fog.
In our indoor scene, we can use volumetric fog to draw more attention to the staircase by making the light visible when shining through it. To do this, I enabled volumetric fog on the world environment, lowered the density a bit, and set the sky effect to 0. I didn't want to make the fog thicker, but I still didn't think the green light was clear enough, so I selected it and increased the volumetric fog energy for this light.
Interesting.
I didn't want to make the fog thicker, but I still didn't think the green light was clear enough, so I selected it and increased the volumetric fog energy for this light.
So how did he put the fog settings here? I guess it doesn't show. If the volumetric fog, it might be an extension of fog. You can see it has a length, but it doesn't have the beginning and the end. Makes me think it's an extension of the fog more than a separate fog.
In our indoor scene, we can use volumetric fog to draw more attention to the staircase by making the light visible when shining through it.
I guess we can test a little in our own scene. So if we go to world environment and add fog, you can say black, here 0.1 density. We have to do depth. Now if we duplicate this light and then we make one of the lights use a different color, it over here. Now these two should look quite different in the fog, is that correct? I'm directly inside the light here, I guess. Makes it very weird. But other than that, it seems fine. Now this light. Yeah, you can see. When you have these lights in the fog, it's kind of similar to the effect you get around the emission object. Like radial glow from the light. You know what I mean? Now, let's try to disable the fog and see how it looks. Yeah. So I think it looks a lot better with the fog. Bye bye. Yeah. Okay, so I think it looks better with the fog. Even though we had very weird settings for our fog, I bet. $100 it's supposed to shine this fog. We see the light eventually disappear there in the background. And that means that we could keep our render using this technique, we could have the render distance at 100 meter and that's it. Because whatever is behind 100 meters now is completely in the dark. Interesting. Now this is without the volumetric fog, and we can see now there is no dust particles in the air. Okay, let's do one more test where we run no fog, but we do volumetric fog. How does that look? That still looks as expected, but can we get the ball far away? 64 meters this fog. Does not have an end, so I guess, yeah, now we're really far away. Really far away. More than 100 meters, I believe. Yeah, let's head back. We can see that it doesn't have such a hard cutoff as the other fog with the beginning and the end. Interesting. Color of the fog. Okay. The length of the fog. Okay. Oof. Back to black. Yeah, interesting. I like the fog. The volumetric fog, but it's expensive. Is it worth it? Probably. Probably is worth it. Hmm.
To do this, I enabled volumetric fog on the world environment, lowered the density a bit, and set the sky effect to 0. I didn't want to make the fog thicker, but I still didn't think the green light was clear enough, so I selected it and increased the volumetric fog energy for this light only. And voila! The basement now looks like a very interesting place.
So volumetric fog allows for volumetric fog energy on lights. Improves intensity of lights in the fog. I suppose.
Place to go. And in our daytime scene, I used fog to better match the geometry with the sky. All I did was add some volumetric fog with a fairly low density and a color that is pretty close to that of the sky. I think it makes the scene feel much more natural. And if we look at our scenes, I think the results are pretty good. The indoor scene uses a lot of contrast and colors that matches the stylized look of the models, and the outdoor scene relies more on the atmosphere of the sky and the long directional shadows that we soften a bit using a few omnilights. So we could stop here, except by default, all lights in Godot are rendered in real time. This means that the effect of the light is calculated every frame, so if we move it during our game, we can see it updating. But depending on the complexity of your scene, this can get pretty heavy on the graphics card, and while real-time lighting looks pretty good, it can actually get a whole lot better. How?
Procrastination isn't your
Global illumination. Global illumination, or just GI, is a wide term for a bunch of rendering techniques that all have the goal of simulating more realistic lighting. It's one of the most important parts of making light behave more like we'd expect from real life. Which is of course pretty vague. What does it actually do? Well, on top of the direct lighting that we've seen so far, global illumination aims to add indirect or bounce light. In real life, light bounces between objects. This means that we don't only perceive light coming from an object directly in the light source path. We also see light that has bounced around a bunch before reaching our eyes. The result of this is that light will spill from one object to another, and that it will also assume the color of the surface it bounces off of. In other words, the albedo of the materials in our scene start to affect the lighting. Another effect of this is that shadows become less harsh, because light will bounce around and reach the shadowed areas, making them brighter. The best example of this from real life is probably the sun. The sun is so powerful that even areas in shadow are plenty bright for us to see. And we could simulate this by throwing a big directional light into the scene and then calculating bounce upon bounce upon bounce until light properly spills into all the shadowed areas. But computing all these bounces on bounces can quickly get a little crazy, so realistically we can only calculate a handful. Or, as we often do in rendering, we can cheat. There are many ways to cheat these effects, and they all have their pros and cons. Let's have a look at some of the cheats that are built into Godot for us to use. The simplest one we've already been using: environment light. This is not a full global illumination technique, but it's used to mimic the bounce light that comes from a very powerful light source, such as a sun in the sky. Environment light is fully real-time and is definitely the easiest way to fake indirect lighting in your scene. However, a problem that you might have already noticed is that the parts of your scene that you want to stay dark aren't. Because again, we're just adding light to everything. Also say the dungeon part of a level. So to get a bit more control, we use the next cheat: reflection probes. With reflection probes, we can change the environment light throughout our scene. A reflection probe renders the scene from the point where it's placed, and uses this to apply ambient and reflected light to geometry within the area that we define. So if the area surrounding the probe is largely in shadow, it will further darken that area. For this, however, we have to make sure to enable shadows on the reflection probe. And if we want an area to not at all be influenced by the ambient light of our sky, we can set the probe to interior. So reflection probes are an easy way to define areas where
Oh, that's what I wanted, yeah.
area. For this, however, we have to make sure to enable shadows on the reflection probe.
Okay. This is very good. Reflection probe. Controls how environmental lighting works in specific areas, e.g. Indoors, in a cave, outdoors. Outdoors example. And the reflection probe, it's a type of node, right? Yeah. We adjust the size. I guess we do a properties section here. Size controls the area the reflection probe covers.
So if the area surrounding the probe is largely in shadow, it will further darken that area. For this, however, we have to make sure to enable shadows on the reflection of that area. If the area surrounding the probe is
Outdoors example. Shadows. Shadows are produced in the area. Outdoors example, shadows on. Enabled. And then cave example. We want shadows enabled, but we also want interior enabled.
largely in shadow, it will further darken that area. For this, however, we have to make sure to enable shadows on the reflection probe. And if we want an area to not at all be influenced by the ambient light of our sky, we can set the probe to interior.
Okay, so interior, the area is not at all influenced by our ambient light.
So, influenced by the ambient light of our sky, we can set the probe to interior. So, reflection probes are an easy way to define areas where the environment light should be dependent on the immediate surroundings, such as in a smaller room. And because reflection probes also affect reflected light, they can be used to get way better reflections, hence the name. Reflection probes are highly performant and can be a very simple alternative to proper GI techniques. Which brings us to the real global illumination stuff, which we often use together with environment light to really sell the effect, and which can make emissive materials actually add light to our scene. Achieving good-looking global illumination is particularly difficult for objects and lights that change during the game. Because of this, no matter which GI solution we choose, we need to start thinking about which parts of our scene are static and which we want to move. Normally, meshes in Godot are marked as static. By selecting a mesh and going under global illumination, we can change this. Static is of course used for objects that you're sure will never move, but you'll notice that there are two more options here: disabled and dynamic. And to make things confusing, if we're using an imported model, we can also set the mode in the import settings under meshes light baking, except here there is a fourth option called static light maps. Lights also have a bake mode that we can set, and the real confusing part is that all of these bake modes, static, dynamic, and so on, will do different things depending on the GI solution we use. So instead of going over every single way that these modes affect the scene using each GI technique and getting more confused than we need to be, let's get an overview of the different GI solutions at your disposal and how you can start using them. And then I'll link to the documentation so you can see how to set the bake modes for the one that you decide to use. So here's a quick comparison between the main GI solutions currently in Godot. Perhaps a pretty overwhelming amount of information here, so let's dive into some examples. First off, we have SDF-GI, which is Godot's very plug-and-play approach to global illumination. Its biggest strength is probably how fast it is to work with. Adding SDF-GI to a scene is as simple as selecting the world environment, going under SDF-GI and checking Enabled. To see it, we'll need to move the camera a bit, and that should do it. There are a lot of settings here that we can adjust, but most importantly, we can set the energy. This will change the brightness of indirect light and reflections. We can also toggle Use Occlusion to reduce light leaking, which is the term for light spilling through geometry that should otherwise be blocking it. This does have a performance cost and can introduce other artifacts, so only use it when necessary. As you can see, SDF-GI is really fast to use. There's no baking required and it handles reflections automatically. Dynamic objects can receive GI but not contribute to it, and it only updates when the camera moves. It's also very runtime expensive, it's prone to light leaking, and especially prone to a type of artifacting where you can see the cascade shifting. In general, it tends not to do so well on flat, clear surfaces. I would say that it's good for scenes with plenty of texturing and visual interest to hide artifacting. You can use it for desktop games, but it's probably a good idea to include a game setting for disabling it.
Okay.
If you don't know where to start,
For this section, I think it's a good idea to copy little information about each type of global illumination. But we're not going to deep dive into any of them until we know which one we would like to use in our own game. Here. Good one. This. Okay. The main types we will into DF global illumination, voxel, and light map. Okay.
Disabling it. Efforts have also been made towards a new system to replace SDF-GI, artifacting. See the cascade dynamics required necessary. As you can see, SDF-GI is really fast to use. There's no baking required and it handles reflections automatically.
Okay. So, SDF GI. No baking required. Fast to work with.
Introduce other fast to use. There's no baking required and it handles reflections automatically. Dynamic objects can
Reflections handled automatically.
receive GI but not contribute to it.
That's
Reflections
that.
automatically. Dynamic objects can receive GI but not contribute to it.
Right. Dynamic object receive GI, but cannot contribute. Good.
And it only updates when the camera moves. It's
Positives. Negatives. Yes. Pros and cons is more accurate.
also very runtime expensive, it's prone to light leaking, and especially prone to a type of artifacting
Light leaks through walls. Expensive to add occlusion for this. Occlusion can further add odd artifacts. Okay.
Where you can see the cascade shifting. In general, it tends not to do so well on flat, clear surfaces. I would say that it's good for scenes with it tends not to do so well on flat, clear surfaces.
Flat, clear surfaces. Typically not doing so well on flat, clear surfaces. Okay.
I would say that it's good for scenes with plenty of texturing and visual interest to hide artifacting.
Best used in scenes with a lot of textures and points of interest to hide artifacting.
You can use it for desktop games, but it's probably a good idea to include a game setting for disable.
Since it's expensive, a game setting should be included to remove it or exclude it, turn it off.
Disabling it.
They
Efforts
will.
have also been made towards a new system to replace SDFGI. I'll of course include a link to the GitHub PR if you want to follow its progress. The next solution is Voxel GI, which as the name suggests is based on generating voxels. It does require baking, but I find that it's usually pretty quick. To add Voxel GI to our scene, we simply add a Voxel GI node. We position it and adjust the size to make it fit everything.
Oh, right. So
Include a game.
we have to add a SDF. Come on, what is this?
Interest to clear circuiting work, so very no baking
How many
required.
commercials did we have on this one video? At least 10, I believe. Stupid. So, the SDFGI is a part of the world environment node. Right? SDFGI is enabled as a property of the world environment node. The other one, Voxel GI, it's its own. That's another node. Look, Voxel. Separate node. Created as a Voxel GI node.
It does require baking, but I find that it's usually pretty quick.
Like this.
We position it and adjust the size to make it fit everything. Then we hit Bake Voxel GI and choose where we want to save our bake data.
Okay. Mark area. Mark area to influence. Hit bake Voxel GI on top of the editor while the node is selected, I guess.
And that's it. And the cool thing is that it will instantly update to changes in our lighting. In general, Voxel GI is the most dynamic of the three solutions. We can also change the subdivisions of the grid that Voxel GI works on. We can see that visually here. When doing so, we need to hit bake again. A higher subdivision results in more detailed lighting, but also comes with longer bake times and a runtime performance cost.
Okay, so properties, we have subdivision, higher values gives higher, gives better visuals, I guess, but higher baking times and performance cost in-game too. When changing subdiv, lighting must be baked again to take effect.
So set this based on the hardware that you're targeting. And a lot of people don't know this, but we can actually go into the data resource created when baking and make further adjustments. I won't go into all the properties here since they're all really well documented, just hover over a property to see what it does.
Once baked, we have access to the data property in the inspector. Not sure. Yeah, it is called the inspector here as well. Nice. I'm used to Unity and it's also called the inspector there.
An awesome thing to note though is that any adjustments we make are immediately visible. No need to rebake.
Okay. Data. Several settings for the baked light. Changes made here is immediately visible with no baking required. So how do we say it? Like automatically updates, does not need to bake again when another light source is changed. I hope that is correct to say.
So using voxel GI is pretty flexible, and it handles reflections automatically. The main drawbacks I've found is that it's still quite performance heavy, it's very prone to light leaking, and the result of the lighting is not super accurate.
Pros.
Immediately visible, no need to rebake. So using voxel GI is pretty flexible, and it handles reflections automatically. The main drawbacks I've found is that it's still quite performance heavy, it's very prone to light leaking, and the result of the lighting is not super accurate. I'd say it's good for dynamic scenes where light leaking isn't an issue.
Okay. Just for dynamic scenes where light leaking is not an issue.
such as outdoors. This is also fine for desktop games, but again, perhaps include a setting so the player can disable it.
Well, I imagine if we have this voxel light in an area where we have no light influence from the outside and not very many lights in the scene overall, it might be fine. I like that it's good with that dynamic scenes. Like I imagine if I make a game where you can mine the most common lights would be the ones that is added after you start playing, such as you put down torches, you build like a lamp or something, set down a furnace, you have your mining helmet. And really, maybe only a couple of lights inside is there from the start, and you have the outdoors. If you want to have an outdoor section, that is the good thing about this, that it works so well with dynamic lights. So maybe this is an option.
And if we have a look at our daytime scene, it actually lends itself well to both SDF and voxel-based GI, since light leaking probably isn't a problem, and there are plenty of textures to hide potential artifacting. So I tried both, and they did indeed look great with pretty much default settings. I even tried just using a single reflection probe, and the result wasn't too bad. You might find that it can be hard to preview the lighting of your scene with all the textures though. To see it better, we can always go to the top left of the scene view and set the display to lighting. In this case, it makes it much easier to see the difference between the techniques.
How did it do that? SDFGI enabled.
Textures though. To see it better, we can always
Here, play lighting on.
that it can be hard to preview the lighting of your scene with all the textures though. To see it
Okay, so you have a normal display up here, but you can do lighting. Why is there such a clear divide here on the ground? What's going on with that? Weird. Very weird. Okay, perspective. Scene perspective. You can change scene perspective to light. This makes it much easier to see the differences between different lighting techniques.
Better, we can always go to the top left of the scene view and set the display to lighting. In this case, it makes it much easier to see the difference between the techniques. But all of them actually have the same problem. There are currently multiple shadow casting street lamps in the scene, which is just not great for performance.
Yeah, okay. So these street lamps casting shadow is a problem. This doesn't mean the light in the street lamps, maybe.
So what if I told you that the final GI solution can pretty much eliminate the performance cost of these lights and at the same time produce the best looking lighting? Which brings us to Lightmap GI. Lightmap GI works by pre-calculating the effects of all of the lighting in our scene and baking it into textures called light maps.
Okay. I think I used this in my game, if I am not mistaken.
Light maps can then be overlaid on top of your level. This means that we can display extremely realistic lighting while costing almost no resources at runtime.
And I like that very much. The only issue with this light map technique is that if it's like I talked about earlier, that we add all our lighting during the play session, then are we going to be able to implement this technique at all? Of course, not all games allows the player to add lighting everywhere in the scene. And for those games, Lightmap GI is super easy, right? To use compared to trying to make it work in a game where the player places lights everywhere during gameplay. We'll see.
But of course, because the light maps are essentially textures, they're completely static and won't react to changes in the scene.
Yeah.
To get around this, it's common to only bake some of the lighting into light maps and then have some real-time lights on top. Also, when baking light maps in Godot, it will automatically generate light map probes. These are a bit similar to reflection probes. They will calculate the lighting at a specific point and then when playing the game, apply that lighting to dynamic objects. This helps moving objects blend in when it would otherwise be clear that they aren't light mapped. So how do we actually use this thing? Well, to bake a light map, all the meshes that we want to bake need to have a UV2 layer. This means that each mesh needs a set of texture coordinates that help map the geometry to the light map we're baking. And because we normally use the first UV map, UV1, for regular texturing, we refer to these as UV2s. Feeling confused? That's totally normal. UVs can be hard to unwrap your head around. Luckily, we don't have to create this second UV layer manually, though you could definitely do that if you want to in a program like Blender. Instead, we just tell Godot to generate them for us. To see if a mesh has UV2s, we select it, go Mesh, View UV2s. In this case, the torus here doesn't have any. So to generate them, we go Mesh, unwrap UV2 for light map. And now if we go to view the UV2s, we can see the UV map that Godot created. If you're working with imported models, such as this monkey here, we can do this more efficiently by selecting the model, going under Import, navigating to where it says Light Baking, and setting this to Static Light Maps. I'll re-import, and now if I go into the monkey here and select the mesh, go Mesh, View UV2, and again Godot has created a UV map for us, which makes us ready to bake light maps for our scene, which is actually very easy. We just add a light map GI node, hit Bake Light Maps, and choose where we want to save our light map data. And that's it. Godot has now baked all of the lights and geometry that is on the same level or below in the hierarchy of the scene, which in this case is everything. But when I first did this, I couldn't actually see the monkey, because Godot went ahead and created so many light probes that it just looked black. Let me show you. If I go under View, Gizmos, and enable Light Map GI, we can see just how many probes are in here. To reduce this number, we can go under Gen Probes, Subdivision, and decrease this a bit. A monkey. But just to see what's going on, I'll disable the gizmos again. You can also see that Godot has created this data resource as well as this light map texture. Now, you can always toggle the light map on and off here. However, do note that if you're comparing this to other GI solutions, sometimes they won't display even though you toggle off the light map. In that case, we can select the light map, go under Data, and remove the light data resource. This will completely disable the light map. And of course, the data is still in the project, so to restore it, we can simply drag it back in. Now, most of the time, I actually think the default light map settings work quite well. If we zoom in on our monkey here, we can see clear red bounce light coming from the red wall on the left here onto the monkey, and blue bounce light spilling onto the right side of the monkey. But looking closer might also reveal a bit of weirdness. For example, we can see some hard edges here in the lighting. We can fix this pretty easily by selecting the monkey, going under the import settings and scrolling down to light map texel size. A smaller value here will result in more precise light maps for this model, but the light map size and bake time will go up. I'm going to reduce this pretty drastically here just so you can see. Of course, we'll need to rebake, and immediately we can see a much smoother light map on the monkey, but we will also see it taking up more space on the light map. Another way to increase light quality, perhaps when doing a final bake, is by enabling super sampling on the light map node. This will bake the light map at a higher resolution and then downsample before saving, and I find that it works wonders. The result is often a much higher quality light map with smoother and more precise shadowing, less noise, and I found that it can even help combat light spilling from one part of the light map to another. This does take longer to bake, but because it gets downsampled, it shouldn't have a big effect on runtime performance. Because of this, I would always try to use super sampling before adjusting the texel scale, which increases the
tweaks on light map. Property. Tweaks. Super sampling. Enable. Enabling increases, gives better results but longer baking times, however does not affect performance during runtime much.
The final light map resolution. The quality setting is also fine to increase, but it adds a lot of time to baking and I rarely think it makes a big difference. So most of the time I leave it at medium or high.
Quality. Medium to high recommended. Recommended enabled.
Enabling directional though can have a big impact, especially when baking static lights and for materials with normal maps. This includes directional information into the light map, which does come with longer bake times, larger light maps, and a small runtime cost.
Directional. Can have a impact on the results, but does come with longer bake times and a small runtime cost.
So Lightmap GI is definitely more work, but it produces the best results with the best performance. The main drawback is that the light maps are completely static, which makes it best for scenes with few moving elements.
Okay.
Like the outdoor scene. Here the street lamps will stay in place, so I baked them into a light map. And immediately, the scene looked a lot better. I made sure to keep the sun marked as dynamic, this way objects moving through the scene would still clearly be affected by the interesting shadowing. And going back indoors, our tavern also has no moving elements, so I baked the lighting here as well. The only thing this limited a bit was that I'd like to have the light of the furnace flicker. I could have just not included this light in the light map, but I really liked the soft shadows that it produced. So, as we're getting used to by now, I cheated. I baked the Omni light and then just added a spotlight on top. I disabled baking for it and added a looping animation. And that's it. I think both scenes
That's
look
so
pretty
cool. That's super cool. Since light maps are very cheap once baked, we could use these for high performance and quality lighting. Then add dynamic lighting on top in a few cases where we would like to example a furnace with a static light baked, then a flickering light added, as an animation.
This is your brain.
Of course, I have been staying out for a while now, and it's getting kind of dark.
So let's turn this scene into nighttime. Lighting nighttime is actually very similar to daytime. The main difference is that the artificial lights become much more important. First, I disabled GI, fog, and all the lights, and swapped out the sky texture with a nighttime one. I then turned the directional light into a moon by lining it up with the one visible in the sky, reducing the intensity, and giving it a more cool color. I re-enabled all the lamp lights, which were just fine to reuse, and with just those quick steps, we've turned our day into night. But I did feel that the scene lacked a little bit. I wanted it to feel more ominous. So again, I added the secret sauce. A slight fog based on height that lies near the ground, and a volumetric fog that fades into the distance. And this was fine, but I think the composition was a bit off. The scene needed something to really catch the eye. So, kind of like the green glow from the basement, I made one of the windows glow a bright blue. I added a spotlight that would shine through the fog, and then I used a neat trick, which is that you can actually add a texture to your light. So I created something that looked like the shape of the window, added it to the projector slot on the spotlight, and voila! It immediately gave the impression of a powerful light casting a window silhouette onto the ground.
That's so funny. Lights. Is this two? Lights with textures. How did he do that?
Made one of the windows glow a bright blue. I added a spotlight that would shine through the fog, and then I used a neat trick, which is that you can actually add a texture to your light.
It doesn't show where he does it. Window blur texture. Painting. 5 by 512 by 512 DIMP.
So I created something that looked like the shape of the window, added it to the projector slot on the spotlight, and voila!
Make a texture. So that's like a 2D image of a black and white window, maybe something like that. Blurred. Add it to the
Texture to your light. Your slot on the spotlight.
add it to the projector spot on the spotlight. So does these Omni lights have something similar? Yes, they do. New compressed texture. Can I like make one here? No. To draw one in advance, I guess. Yeah. Clear. Fine. That's really funny. That's really funny.
And voila! It immediately gave the impression of a powerful light casting a window silhouette onto the ground. And with that, this scene was done. I don't know about you, but I think the difference is night and day. And just before we wrap up, I want to mention that the world environment has a few screen space effects that can easily be enabled. We didn't get to use them in these examples, but they might be good for your scenes. We have SSAO, which adds ambient occlusion. This darkens the part of the geometry that light has a hard time reaching, such as where two surfaces intersect. SSIL, which is made to be used together with one of the other GI solutions in order to create more accurate indirect lighting around small-scale details. And finally, SSR, which is another tool for adding reflections. It's especially good for close and detailed reflections, such as objects on a reflective floor. Which brings us to the end of the video. Lighting is a huge topic.
Yeah, let's just put the small notes on the
part of
SSR and stuff.
Wrap up, I want to mention that the world environment has a few screen space.
World environment. Properties. Here. Light properties. Fog. So let's add. Is that what it's called? SSR?
Effects that can easily be enabled. We didn't get to use them in these examples, but they might be good for your scenes. We have SSAO, which adds ambient occlusion. This darkens the part of the geometry that light has a hard time reaching, such as where two surfaces intersect.
Darkens spots where light have a hard time reaching.
SSIL, which is made to be used together with one of the other GI solutions in order to create more accurate indirect lighting.
More accurate and indirect lighting when used with other techniques.
Around small-scale details. And finally, SSR, which is not
especially around small-scale details. Okay.
the tool for adding reflections.
Okay, so SSR. Tool for adding reflection.
It's especially good for close and detailed reflections, such as objects on a reflective floor. Which brings us to the end of the video. Lighting is a huge topic, and there's of course a lot of things that we couldn't get into. Luckily, the documentation is pretty thorough on the many settings and has some good suggestions for further improving performance. The tavern used in this video is a slightly modified version of the fantasy game inn by this fantastic creator, and the outdoor medieval town is by this equally fantastic creator. I've repackaged both along with the project files for this video on GitHub under the CC attribution license, and there are of course links to the original creators as well. Also check out Senva Academy and be among the first 50 people to grab 20% off your first year with the link below. Start building better Godot games today. And that pretty much concludes this video on lighting. But I can't seem to shake the feeling that we forgot something.
Hello? Bert, you can come back now.
At Sentry Tower, most players just grab the chest and leave. But
Nice. Very good video. I feel like we learned a lot. Just adding like skybox is super nice though for the outside. You see the difference from everywhere he plays around here until he adds the skybox. It's a very big difference. Sadly, I don't think that's something we can use when we work indoors. We will have to stick with our emission tricks. We will have to do some fog, maybe volumetric fog. Get like particle effects in the air around the lights. That's pretty cool. Using probably inside at least, just completely dark background and ambient light. But we could have a small portion. I was thinking maybe I would have a small portion of our game take place just outside the entrance of a mine, like if we have big gates of Moria doors or something where you have turrets, ballistas, whatever, something you create to defend and shoot enemies that approach the door. That takes place outside, which could be like a pretty big part of the game, I guess, the defensive part, but not the main part. I think, well, maybe this game is not gonna get that far. This is only for learning, of course. So, but if we end up making this into a actual game, I think something like that could be the outside portion. How could we test this? Can we actually make this floor like a global floor, I wonder? Would make sense. Plane mesh? How does this look? Weird. I wonder if we could place grids maybe. That's something I want to look into as well. Grid. how to place tiles on grid. So I want to try to make one light today, I believe. 12:30. We didn't go for that long. Gonna take like a 15-minute break, maybe get a quick bite, and then maybe we will try to make a light for a helmet that the player could wear. That would be fun. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Alright, that's the plan. I'll be back in 15 minutes then. See you shortly. Yo, we are back. That break felt a little too long. I wanted to get back to working on the lights, and that's good. Still, when you work for 4 hours, I think it's good to take a 15 minutes break, even if you are very much into what you're doing and in the flow, in the zone, whatever you want to say. I think it's good for productivity. It's not a bad idea to take breaks. All right. About that, let's head in our player object. Let's make a couple of notes actually. So we want the mining helmet. What do we want? Interactions. We want button to turn the light on or off. That's something I know I want. We want the light to be probably a spotlight. Very, very likely a spotlight. Could test Omnilight, but spotlight first. Spotlight, I think, is the way to go. Kinda more bright white than warm. Strong shining light, maybe. It depends. Like, do we want the flashlight light, or do we want like candle type of light? I think we definitely want it as the helmet, because if we make animations with the pickaxe later, I believe it only makes sense that we use both arms for the pickaxe. So to avoid having to deal with what we do with the second light in our hand. It could be on the hip as well, but nah. Let's keep that light on our head. So I wonder if we keep that on the head, currently our player, it doesn't have a rig of any kind. But if it did have a rig, like bones, head, shoulders, arms, could we then attach the helmet to the head specifically and have the helmet position, rotation, and everything follow the rotation of the head? That's very interesting. For now, I suppose we will just have it follow the rotation angle of the camera. Layer, maybe follow player's head rotation and angle, maybe. Then we want to play around with the intensity. What was that called here? Energy or something? Whatever intensity. The angle, the drop off, whatever that was called, like that very long word starting on A. Mining helmet node. Yeah. Create. Rename mining helmet. Put it up here. Mining helmet. We want should make emission material, right? Front of the helmet. Flash the bulb. Whatever. The lens. Emission material. Right, so we want the material. Let's do now I'm just gonna do a quick test and see whether I can create something that could look like a helmet. Does not really let me do it for some reason manually. There we go. Oh my, this is so weird. Okay, and then we go in front here. We want to make this a child object. Pull it ahead. Make it smaller. I'm gonna try to make an opening for the face. Gonna make it 0.5. 0.7. Like that. And then we're gonna do like this subtract. Here, operation, subtraction. Ah, no, it does it on the player object as well. That's not what we wanted. We wanted it only to do it on the helmet. Ah. I'm not sure. We would probably have to make it as its own scene then. Mining helmet. Yeah. And then this looks so silly. Okay, and delete this. Make a what would be best? Maybe just the box. Like, again, it's being very weird with this transform. Something like this, perhaps. And then do oh no. Rings 20. Oh, that does not look good at all. 2020. It's very weird right around here, fortunately. It's the same if it's far in front. Not really sure what to do about that. Lighting effect right there. Anyways, we're gonna need a cylinder here. Place it. This will be like the lamp, yes. Transform, rotation. 90. The size should be something like 0.1 probably. A bit bigger. Forward. And then unlock the scale. We want not that one. This one, yes, to be 0.02. Bit bigger. 4. Something like that maybe. Do it 6. Oops. 8. That's fine. Okay. We should center it. Not that one. This one. Okay. And finally the light. Transform. So the opening has to be smaller for the light. Like that. Have it stick out slightly. Maybe the X. This is probably not gonna matter really, but doesn't have to be big like that. So that we want to have the emission material. So lamp on this one. Did it work or not? Lamp, this one. No? Material, lamp. There we go. Okay. And then such a stupid looking helmet. Um, Mark all of these. And here we want like a darker material. Not sure why it also changes this material though. One I want to be lamp. Rain. Is it because it inherits some properties from the mining helmet? Okay. I should have like a no. No, I can't duplicate it either. It shouldn't be the parent apparently, the ear. If I make like that, then we do box. This sphere and this box should go there. Okay. Now we do these three. We put, well, actually, not the light, just these two. Add iron material. Alright, now the cylinder, place it further back. Make the lamplight a part of it. Place it, no, that creates problems. So not like that. Okay. Should it be further forward or is this fine? Maybe fine. Now we need a spotlight. We should maybe add a wall or something to like see how it works. A box. Put it here. Make it a little big. 15 by 15. Okay. 100 by 100. Who cares? Now we can start working on the light. Add. And we said we would try spotlight. Slightly forward. Transform. No, that didn't help. Oh. Where is it shining right now, actually? To that side. And what? How should we rotate it? Should rotate X minus 90. Okay. Go. And if it's inside, still works from inside though. Now if we move the helmet. And now we move the wall as well. That's silly. We'll have to move these three. So how far of a distance do we want it to shine? And then it's this scene does not have the fog and stuff from the main scene, so we're not quite seeing how it's gonna be in practice. Let's just play around a little with it. Mining, light, mining helmet light, lamp, the no, not a cylinder. This one, spotlight. A light scale does not affect the visual size of the light. Okay, and it gives me that note because it's attached to the lamp, I guess, and inherits something from there. And what does this say? Reset the transform, reload the scene, okay. Transform. Like that? Yeah, okay, good. Oops. Now, let's see our options here. Here, light. The range that increases how far away we can shine the light. I guess that could be something that could be fun to upgrade eventually, actually. But let's put it at a decent level right away for testing now. Think about 5 meters, fine. Angle. Can put it all the way in the back. Crazy. So for this to take effect, we would need a bigger radius, maybe. Then increase the angle. And then we see the light disperses as it gets further out. And if we do this one, why can I not just type in here? Silly. Okay. And this. Yeah, exactly. So it did absolutely no attenuate. This one attenuation. That's gonna mean that the angle attenuation does not matter at all. It's at 0. I believe this one will be the sole decider of how bright it is on the spread. But if we add this as well, then this is the first one is gonna take into account how far is it from the light to the spot it hits, and the second one is gonna take into account how far away is it from the middle of where the spotlight hits. And how does this look if I go close to the wall? I guess I can do at least temporarily just, I don't know, add a node 3D and just name it something like helmet and group these under there. Make my life a little easier when moving stuff around. Okay. I do believe this is a bit large of an angle. I just want to see what I like. Let's do 45. Then put the helmet back. How far do we want it to shine? The thing is though that the attenuation kinda makes it so we can put a quite large radius without feeling bad about it, if that makes sense. Because the light will diminish as it goes further anyways. So like this is, you can play around with this one. See? Yeah. Two is supposed to be realistic. And then can I just reset this? Yes. And then we can put the energy higher as well. If we have this in like 100, then yeah, it makes more light. That's fine. This should definitely be dynamic, absolutely. 100% shadow should be included. 100%. Because this is gonna be what Brackeys would refer to as a key light for the main player who has the helmet, and the other players, it would be like the other kind of light source, one of the big light sources in the scene, or just another key light. This of course means that each player will increase processing a little bit when they have the helmet active. But how much? I don't know. Kind of feel if this is on top of my head, then the player is this big. I think maybe I want the light. Ah, okay, it's very close. It's just disappearing here. Okay, so that's maybe fine then. Yeah, maybe the distance is completely fine. Because then we go a little closer. Oh. Did I do a mistake? 2. Helmet. Closer. Yeah, it's working. It's really bright when you get close though. But I guess that makes sense. So did Brackeys say something about during the emission of the material? Did he say something about how if you could get like camera flare? I'm not sure if you want that though, but yeah, it'd be funny, I guess. See that you get blinded if someone points their helmet right in your face. Well, the lamp has this material. The lamp. The energy multiplier will be how strong it is. Let's try it at 5. Okay. Oh. So if I put a cone, does that mean that the light will shine out as a cone from this object? Turn off spotlight here. Then I do the lamp cone. Ah. Oops. Yeah, it did look a little different. What's going on? I really need to learn how the movement here works. Cone. Bit weird. I think I'll keep it like that. Perhaps we can put it slightly more inside. Do we want the light to shine out though? What if we did it? What if we made the lamp smaller, you know? We put this one, 0. A really small one to test. The idea is that we want the emission, right? Hmm. No, no. So there, here it emits a lot. There it kind of stops. And what if it's 0.05? Oops. Something like this. Hmm. Okay. Now we remove the wall. Yep. And then we place these directly under the helmet. Yep. And then turn back on the light. Spotlight is a part of Anna. That. Call it spotlight. Ah, it's fine. We called spotlight 3D, that's fine. And probably want to center these objects. Just want to center them all. So like the cylinder lamp, these are attached to this sphere kind of cylinder. Lamp, cylinder, lamp, and this under here. And then we can move this one to 0. And then we can take these back out. Like that. Maybe they can stay in there. Didn't seem like there were any errors with this. And these are traction. What is the actual name? It is subtraction. Okay. We don't need this. We're ready to save, and the spotlight is. Yep. This is like a scene. It's a prefab of. Scenes. An object, it's a part of the player. I think I'm gonna make equipment. Good. Now we can go to the player. We can delete these whatever things we made here. And under the mining helmet, we can import the scenes, equipment, mining. There we go. Put this up. This player, why is it facing this way? Why is this forward? Like, we didn't rotate the mining helmet, I believe. We did not. I just assumed, it's me assuming, I guess, that this is forward. So what does Unity usually consider forward here? Interactable box. What is this? Don't save. What does Unity consider forward? It's like this blue Z minus Z minus Z. Unity considers forward. I don't know. I'll just take this sphere and I will rotate it. Transform, rotation, 90. Save that. Now the spotlight and everything should be rotated with it. Go to the player and yeah, it work pretty well. Just did a little differently. Even though I can't really see the lamp here. See? And that might be because I added it down here. Yeah, that did cause issues. I'm gonna take these back out. Call this the helmet shape. Take a new look. Much better. Such a pretty helmet. Better than anything you've ever seen. Oh well, it is what it is. Like that. Yeah, I guess that's the best we can do before we learn how to use rigs and stuff to put equipment in characters' hands and stuff like this. So we're gonna need a reference to the spotlight inside this helmet. Interesting. What is this thing though? Maybe I should make a dummy pickaxe really fast and stupid. Just duplicate this, make it like 0.2 thinner. Nope, not shorter, thinner. 0.15. Guess it's gonna be something like 0.005 minus. Like that. Actually, let's just duplicate that one, remove this one, and we're gonna make this very skinny, tall. Place it over here. Have you ever seen such a pretty pickaxe? I would be surprised if you did. Make He's carrying around a tea. What he's doing. Larger. There we go. Perfect. We can even color it with our trusty old iron. Maybe we should have iron there and then make a new material for the bottom part. Like wood or something. See? Under material. Go to albedo, make it brown. Somewhere brown dark. There we go. Save this. And the material we can save. Wood. There we go. Wood and iron. And the wood, I suppose the wood of the pickaxe would be actually going through it like this. Oop. Then be a little less wide. The actual. Somewhere around there. We don't have to be more precise than this, I guess. Fine. Good. Maybe place the entire pickaxe. Bit. Mesh. Pickaxe model. Then we can transform its size in. Yes, perfect. Rotation. Okay, very good. Save this. So we have a helmet, we have the light. We should mark off what we did, right? So this one we did. This one we did. These two are missing. Let's see how it works. Okay, so okay. The helmet is a child object of the player. The player mesh. So why does it not move? Why does it not move with the player? Oh man. That's silly. That is very silly. Just as I intended, of course. Is it because I made this a separate mesh? Does that matter? Like if I had it like this, would it make any difference? No. So the mesh instance, it can definitely... They can definitely move around. Is it because I'm using CSG and they're marked as static, maybe? Probably. Something like that. I don't want these static. The pickaxe model, does that follow around? Yes. Pickaxe model is following us. Good. But the mining helmet here. It's not the child of this. That makes sense then. Oh, please. Let it be that simple. Ahaha. Oh, look at this. Look at this. We are already pretty far. Good. Next step, let's turn it on, turn it off, and the angle thing with the light. Ultimately, we would want the entire head of the player to bob, right? The entire helmet to just follow, and that would actually make it so that we wouldn't even have to worry about a script to change the light angle, because the light angle would follow the helmet angle. But for our use case right now, we don't have this movement of the player head at all, so we have to make something simple for now. We can go to the mining helmet here, I suppose. Add a script like that. I already know for a fact that we're gonna need reference. We're gonna have to make sure that only the player with the helmet is able to turn it on and off, so we're gonna need this part where we set the multiplayer authority to the player name. The player name is already being set as the peer ID when the player joins, which is why this works. Gonna go through all the details there. I guess the script I will add here in the mining helmet actually. Create. Put this. Then do node references here. Do the export variable player node. That's is it a node 3D? No, it's a character node. Character body 3D. You probably also need a reference to the mining helmet node, which is what is that? Node 3D? Yeah, it says here when we hover over it. Node type, node 3D. Good. Like that, and then we can do player node name like that. For the button press, turning on and off the light, we can choose to have it as a physics process. Or since it's a single button press, it would make sense to do it like in interactions here, where we use unhandled input. I don't remember the difference between unhandled input and just input. I'm gonna check that before we complete script. Have to tell it what version we are working with. Actually make that in the Godot channel. Can you explain the difference between unhandled input and input? Which one should I use for turning on and off the mining helmet in my game? Should only be done while actively playing, no menus open. So the input event called for all input events. Before UI elements handled event. This is to catch everything. Also when menus and UI are focused. Right, so unhandled input is more when you want in-game stuff when the menus are not open. That's what I want now. So we're gonna do the unhandled input version. And just as before, we will be checking that the person pressing the button is actually the owner of the character before we do anything. Otherwise we just skip it. Now, if the input being pressed, if the input being pressed is, what should we call this? Mining light? Like that? How do we write that in code? If event dot is action pressed. Okay. Event dot is action pressed. So we probably want a bool to say like if the light is on or not. Is active. Bool. Start true. So if is active, then we're gonna access the mining helmet spotlight and turn it off. Light dot. I'm not sure if it's disable or deactivate. We will check the syntax of that. And then else, if it's not active, then we do light activate. We're gonna need a reference to the light. And we're gonna put that in the ready function, I guess. Or up here. Wonder if we can. I wonder if we can make an reference directly to the light of the mining helmet without doing so in code. We would have to show editable children and then access the spotlight 3D right here. I'm gonna check what's the best practice to like reference this spotlight, which is a editable child of one of our scene nodes. I want to access this spotlight node in my script. My script not attached to the is it called? Mining helmet node. But I do have a reference to the mining helmet node. I was thinking we could either directly reference the spotlight, but I'm not sure whether it's safe or best practice to reference the spotlight as reference an editable children node directly, or if I should access the spotlight child through script. Via the parent mining helmet node to a script. What is best practice? How should I access it? Make sure to check out alternatives I did not mention also if they are commonly used. Yeah, I want to access the spotlight, and that is a child of this. So either pathing or get node. So the get node will get the... I remember this one from last time we did some coding. This gets a children node with the name here. Add a named reference via the script. On ready var helmet, spotlight 3D. Okay, so we have a script connected to the mining helmet. That's maybe not a bad idea. I think I kind of like that actually. Then if we have a piece of equipment with multiple parts we want to access, then we just do all the accessing via the main node for that equipment. Yeah. And it's dot visible. What we do. But how do you deactivate it then? Dot visible. Ah, that's a bool. Right. Okay, so let's do that. Let's go to our scene of the mining helmet. Let's add a script here. Equipment, mining helmet. Not in scenes, but script. That. New folder. Equipment. Mining helmet. Create. Then the export variable mining light type spotlight 3D, and that is the type we used. Yes, it is. Now we can assign this here. And so, by doing mining helmet dot mining this node dot mining light, should now be able to access the spotlight. So let's test it out. We go here, mining helmet. Did we save the script for the mining helmet already? No, because this is existent. Mining light. How should I reference? Unready? Is that the best? Unready bar mining light equals, and then we do the mining helmet node dot mining light. And we double check our typing here, mining light. Instead of double checking typing, it's better to copy it. Copy paste. Make completely sure you have it right. Now we have this mining light. We rename this to mining light. And we're gonna need the button mining light as well. Project settings, input map. Add an action. Mining light. Listen for inputs. L. It's a bit far. But are you really gonna turn off your helmet so much? I don't know. And that got saved or what? Yes, L. Good, we have this button. It should also... It should actually also change the material, the emission material, right? We have... Let's see if it works first, but I also want to turn off the actual emission material on the light. Know what I mean? Keep mining light on base type nil. Then we need to go to the player mining helmet, and we have to assign helmet and player node like that. Mining light on the base of mining helmet.gd. Okay, so I did not access the property mining light. Here we see mining light spotlight 3D, and that is set to spotlight 3D here. Then why does that not work? That's an interesting question. It uses onReady though. I tried it with export for setting the mining light in mining helmet. I'm not sure if that caused any issue. Says it can't access object of type node 3D mining helmet. Oh yeah, that's what it's saying. It is getting this, but it's not getting this spotlight. Could be that it's not instantiated yet, somehow. I did so I did a reference to the mining light. Through the mining helmet.mining light upon on ready. That too early? Or do I need to reference it differently in mining helmet? Because the option then would be to use here on ready and then use a path to the spotlight. But I don't like to work with paths, and I'm hoping that I don't have to do that. Yep. Yeah. I understand what it's saying. What if I just do a little test? First of all, in the mining helmet here, if we drop this down here, like that. Now, not gonna check for the lamp when the game starts, but it's gonna check it when I press L. Ah, it doesn't find it. Okay, then we know it's not a timing issue. Good. That's good to know. So we reference this node and we say dot mining light, but it's not able. Is it because I made a tiny script attached to this thing? Go away. Let me see, equipment. Scripts, equipment. Where did I save this script? Called mininghelmet.jd. Scripts equipment. Yeah? That's not where I was looking. Already had an equipment under player. Fine. Fine. Okay, that I hope did it. Let's see. Host L. Oh. Turned it off. Didn't turn it back on. So once once it's turned off, it does not probably find it anymore, I guess. Can we see exactly what's happening? But does is active? Ah, true. I didn't update is active. So we set is active equals to false here. And down here we do is active equal true. Like that. Now turn it off, turn it on. Turn it off, turn it on. Cool. Very nice. You notice when I move forward, the light is a bit laggy behind. It actually lights up the character because it's lagging behind. That is very weird. I wonder if that is fixed if I do mining helmet. Just put the spotlight here. Bit further forward. That's enough. Nah, that's not quite enough. That's very silly. Merp, merp. Then I guess I can just put it back. Side. Now. Boom, boom, boom. Perfect. And of course we would want the lamp to turn off as well, but should we fix that right away maybe? How would we do that? We would change the material, right? The lamp here to like one that glows less, or maybe we can do 0 on the energy. Might be a good idea. Looks so much better like that though. $100,000. Then 1 5 10. Okay, energy multiplier. I remember we could use like modular dot to change a specific property. So how do I access the property of a node such as energy multiplier? I'm guessing it's something like dot modular dot energies underscore multiplier maybe. quite sure. With the node, lamp, access, emission. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Math here. Emission energy multiplier. And how could we see that? Was it hovering over here? There it says emission energy multiplier. Alright. So we go here. We do export var. We do mining lamp. We do, what is that? Is that a DSG? DSG cylinder 3D. Okay. This is just node references. Let's see, and then we do mining lamp here, mining helmet, we do on ready bar, mining lamp. Guess I could just call it light and lamp. Yeah. Let's see, that was a CSG cylinder. Equals, and that was mining helmet node dot mining lamp, like that. Can move this one up. I'm ready here as well. I hope that will work. Otherwise, it is a timing issue. Yeah. Test it. L. Good. Still working. Now we're gonna need lamp, light, that lamp dot the emission, or do I have to do like get material? I have to reference the material first. Why don't I just access this then? That seems better, right? Ay, ay, ay. Lamp material. Lamp material is lamp dot get material, get active material. Maybe I should do this in the mining helmet script though. can I actually click and drag in one of these lamp energy? Can I do it like this? No. No. Can I do it like this? No. I would have to make a reference like I did. Lamp material. Lamp emission. Okay, so we're gonna make something called lamp emission here. And then the player one. The hard to see what script I am in. This is on the player. I want lamp emission to be mining helmet node dot lamp emission. That here. Now we can start. I'm ready. I hope this is gonna work. If for this to work, this this unready thing has to run before the unready of my other script in the player section. It might be more secure. Might be more secure to do it here actually. I'm ready. Var lamp is mining helmet node dot lamp. How did I reference it? Mining lamp. Okay. Now we have a reference to the lamp. Then we do ready var lamp material is lamp dot get, how do we say it, active material. Do that. Then from this active material we get the emission energy multiplier. Lamp emission is lamp mat dot emission energy multiplier. And then set lamp emission to 10 when we turn it on, and then when we turn it off, set it to 0. Okay. Not sure how this is gonna work. Get active material in base nil. So is all the references helmet is. Which one is it? Get active material, that's the one that fails. The lamp material. Mining lamp. Lamp. That's the cylinder here. Hmm. So it might be because I'm not sure. I'll go to the mining helmet scene. Get the mining helmet. Yeah. The lamp is not assigned yet. Okay. Try again. Close. Now get active material in base. So that's not an existing function in DSG cylinder. Okay. Here we say material is lamp node. Get active material. Oh, that's a bit weird. Get active material. Get the material of the node it is using. Why does get active material not work for me? Says non-existent function in cylinder. Mesh instance 3D. For CSG nodes, you don't use get active material. That one you use for meshes. Mesh instance 3D. So why do they make different ways of getting the active material from a mesh and a CSG? Now that I know, okay, fine, but I have to remember this as well first. Silly. Okay, now this is working. Turn it off. It's hard to tell. No, the light is. I think the light emission goes down. Hard to tell though. Like, look how bright this is. Is it actually emitting light at all? If I go to the scene view, let me just pull out this lamp. Put it in the back here. That. Hey. Yeah, it's making light. Does it turn off when I press F5? Oh no, F5, I mean. L. No. No, it's still bright. Very bright. Still very bright. Okay. Oh. mining helmet. We get the material, and then we get the lamp material emission energy multiplier. And that part apparently doesn't seem to make a difference when I turn it off. Like for sure, if I put this, it was emission 0 and play the game. Yeah, you see it's completely dark, right? But that's how it should be. If I turn off the emission, back to 10. Emission energy multiplier. Low. Active or not, do this. With this, I am not accessing the emission. It doesn't change. But I get no errors. What could we try? We could try doing these down here and see. Doesn't make a difference. Look at these squares. Huh? So what if we do equal 0 here? That's gonna make a difference. Directly setting it. This part. Does that matter? Probably not. Ah, it did work. Weird. So I can't save this part as a variable by itself. Okay. So we just save the material then. Got it. Okay, so we save the material up here. That, and then for this part, we don't do this. We access the emission energy multiplier directly like this. Set it to 0. While down here, set it to 10. Turn it off, turn it on, turn it off, turn it on. Perfect. Okay. Go. Go to. Go away. Helmet. Lamp. Scene view. Put it back in place. Play the game. Post. That. Good. It's the emission maybe that is. Maybe it's too strong. The emission. Like it's really. That has to be what is trailing behind the player probably. Like if I do in the player script here, if I just turn off emission for a bit, this, nah, it's still being weird. The lighting. Is it the fog then? Makes it silly. We go to the main world environment and we just, I don't know, turn off the volumetric fog for a bit. Yeah, it's the fog. The fog that messes with it. But I can probably still use the fog if I do in the mining helmet. Find the, then we try to, if we can find the fog energy, we set it to 0. Is the light gonna be able to shine through the fog now though? The question. Like I don't want it to interact with the fog, that's the thing, right? But maybe that's stupid as well. Cool to have the fog. Difficult. You're changing a float, not a material property. Okay. Oh yeah. What is the float value? I see. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I did. Okay. When the light from the helmet shines through the fog, it looks kinda good, but when I move around, the fog makes it so the light trails behind and actually lights up the back of the player. Very weird. If I turn off the fog, the light from the helmet correctly only lights up in front of the player. How could I solve this? How do you wonder? How do you... Temporal reprojection off. In the world environment, volumetric fog. temporal reprojection off. So what does this do? Yeah. 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 This seems like it could be it, indeed. It creates a ghosting effect of the light, blends together the previous frame and the current frame when it comes to the light in the fog. Oh. Yeah. This is with the fog now. Pretty good. Except for this square thing. What is this square, dude? Oh, look at this. What is this square? Is it emission? What is that? See? Okay. And run one more test of the earlier problem here. Move. The lamp. Emission. Ah, it's still there. 100%, that's square. So it seems to happen when we hit a very specific angle. It's either pretty much straight down or straight forward. Not up though. So looking into the light from certain angle makes it very ugly. Oh yeah, but we got a little sidetracked here. Me. I got a little sidetracked. I was supposed to check if I could get the light to actually follow the camera. Let's see. Do we want to control the rotation, right? Angle and rotation. The rotation follows the player. I think that's fine because the player, the camera, we might have to control. Now the rotation, it follows the player. It's fine. We just need the angle. The angle. Is that called the jaw or the pitch? I think you can find it in our player movement. Jaw. Body rotation. So it's the pitch then. pitch. This pitch is or pitch. This one. The one we want. So we need a reference to our movement. And then the pitch. Mining helmet. We want a reference to or we could do the camera. Let's see. Camera pitch. Settings. This is the offset. This is the pitch. So this is the aim. The look at. But I think camera. Can I do camera 3D? Yes. So we do and here save this to this would be during this would be during physics process, I guess. When is the camera updated in movement? Movement. This update happens in adjust camera, which happens in unhandled input. Okay, so the rotation, the angle of my camera changes from unhandled input of the mouth. So I want my light to follow the angle of the camera. Should I do it in physics process or process or somewhere else? I wonder. Process by frequency, every frame, fixed time. So it's every frame. Okay. Okay. This is not going to be relevant for me though. Local transform instead of global. Light may rotate oddly or not align properly. Let's give it a go. So we're gonna have to do process. Ah, yeah. Completely forgot. I have to think about multiplayer, and this is. I need RPC calls when I turn off the light. Can do that last. Still have some time today. Don't I have a reference to the mining light? I do, yeah. So this the camera pitch camera is not shared between players, right? So I would have to synchronize. I would have to synchronize the camera pitch. I'm gonna use that to control the light. Can I? I don't know. Let's call this player. Let's do the camera synchronizer where we target the camera. No, can't. Does it have to be character body? Player? Allowed character body 3D. Maybe that's the main node, and then I can do the path. Yes. That's relative to camera. Now, brush this. Hope that didn't remove it from this one, but it did, unfortunately. Try it a different way then. Have the camera 3D. node path that replicated properties are relative to. These are relative to the camera, right? Do property camera, okay. There's something called angle, no? Rotation. This rotation X, Y, and Z. Yeah, yeah, I guess so. And then look in the scene. I guess we can figure it out. Correct thing to tweak. I'm trying to get it in the inspector here now. There we go, inspector. The rotation. The X. It's X I need. Camera X. Go here. That's fine. Helmet. Here's the camera. Process. The light. Station X. Equal. We have a reference to the camera. Camera. Station X. Of course, it's not gonna work first try, is my guess, but maybe. Well, I guess there's a first time for everything. Like if I do 1 million changes, one of them will work on the first try, right? So now I'm guessing there's a few things that are not aligned between player. This one, does he look straight in the ground? That is synchronized. The only thing that is probably not synchronized right now is bloop. Yeah, it's still on, right? So that's remarkable. I only have to change this is active function to be multiplayer friendly. So first we make two functions. Light off. And turn off. Pass. Func. Light on. Alright. Then we do RPC. Let's see if you can remember this. Do anip here and local. That. All local. Okay. Copy this down here. We do this. Do this. Okay. We have to go in here. Then we have to call the functions here with the RPC call. Let's see if you can remember this. Since there is no RPC ID, we don't have to reference a specific player or anything. I think we just put the function name then. Could that be? Slide on. That. Okay. Now, if this also works on the first try, I'm very happy. That would be crazy. So, connect. Light off. Wow, it did work. That's crazy. But I do think that if I go and host and turn off the light, and then I join, the light is on now. Look at that. And if I turn on the light here again. Okay, so it does synchronize. It does synchronize. Correctly after that. Okay. Ah, I know. We will do ready. And then we will do BAM. The only problem with this is that it's gonna not gonna be quite right. So this is only is that what we need? If the light is off, no, it's opposite. If it's not active, turn the light off. No, that's wrong as well. Or is it? The thing is, when this character is created, the light is gonna be active. But I think if this is turned off before someone joins, I think this property is gonna be synchronized. when the multiplayer is spawning. So when the multiplayer joins, it's gonna see that this other player did turn off their light. And if that's the case, then as soon as the multiplayer joins, he should also turn off the light of this player. I don't know, maybe. Test it. Turn it off. Connect. Nah, it's on. Unfortunately. It is on. But yeah, it is synchronized after the fact that this one presses it. Tricky. Tricky. So that means the multiplayer does not see that is active. Then otherwise this would trigger. So it doesn't know that it's active. Yeah. Then maybe I need to synchronize it then. I wonder if all this synchronizer is good or bad. I don't know. I have no idea. But this one is for the light for the mic helmet. Mining helmet. Nice. Connected to the player camera. So the mining helmet sync. Put in here. Then I can add a property from the mining helmet. I can say is active is not here. Maybe if I export it. I do export variable active bool true that. Now maybe here mining helmet active. Good, and only do that on change, please, and on spawn. Yeah. Actually, actually, only on spawn is enough. True. Big brain. Or small brain. We'll see. Oh! Isn't it? Why doesn't it turn off? Wait. What? No. No, it didn't turn off. So on spawn. On spawn, it synchronizes the is active thing here. Right, and it is not active. So if it's not active, it should turn off the light. So the reason why this is not happening it has to be because this is trying to run before the bool is updated. Right? I have a bool is active. That shows whether the light is on or off the mining helmet. When someone joins the server, they want update if the helmet is off until the player with the helmet presses the light button. I tried adding a synchronizer to see synchronize is active on spawn. It didn't work. It might have worked actually, but when I did, let's see, what did I do? Check if it's active on ready for the joining player. It apparently didn't see that it wasn't active. Perhaps the variable wasn't updated yet. How is it common to update states such as light on or off for players joining on existing players and objects joining? It's not updated in time for the ready check, so I need like a delayed thing maybe. It's replicated. What is this? What? What is this? It's a bit sketchy though, because this might mean that I turn off the light of the player that joins as well. I'll think about it. Yeah, so this is an option. Spawn on connect. Hmm. Oh yeah. Ooh. The RPC call can be run from the existing player. But when it connects, okay. This one. This makes the connected function run when player joins. Multiplayer spawned. No, that has a multiplayer synchronized. No, that's not what I want. Ah yeah, this is what I want instead. So when the peer connects this part, when the peer connects, I want to connect the signal on peer connected. Yes. Let's do it. And that should only be connected for the authority. Yes, and I should only update the RPC call to the player joining. Let us see if get authority multiplier dot get authority. How does that look? Get multiplier authority. If this is this, and do I use? I think I use double equal here. Here connect. No. Get multiplier authority is equal to, what is it, unique ID or something? Put this on the top. At the movement script for reference. Multiplier get unique ID, yes. Very good. We say if get multiplier authority. That didn't work. Huh? Ah, it's just, why does it give? No, it's still red. Okay, okay. Okay. If you are the authority of this object, I want you to connect on peer connected. And let's see. That's like this, I guess. Correct. And this gets correct, yeah. Here, now we can do it. Probably. If not is active, lights off. And that should do it. Because the lights on, that's the standard. And mission 10, is that what I have in? Do I have a lower emission here? Energy 10, good. Okay. So the light starts as visible. It starts with 10 energy multiplier and it starts with is active true. So we don't have to do anything if it's already active, because that's the default setting. But if it's not active when another player joins, I want the host of the object to tell the new player, yo, the light is off. The light is off. So I don't have to tell anyone, so I should probably do RPC ID. And then I should add like who the player is. And when we connect on peer connected, we should be able to get the ID of the player connecting. We're like, do we have to do it like this then? And then or do we need to put it up? Or do we need to put it here? I don't think so. So when this happens, I connect the function on peer connected to run when a peer connects, right? How do I access the peer ID of the person joining in the function? And do I need to change the way I connect the function to do this? Tell me. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, you received the ID. Okay, so multiple peer, this is not changed. Blah blah blah. Here, peer ID int void. Yeah, so it is basically just saying we are receiving a peer ID and it just happens. Peer ID joins peer ID. So then we can do like that. And hopefully then this will specify that we run light off only for this pier. So this is all I need to call light off if for the specific player joining if is active is not true right now. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so we don't need to synchronize. We still have to see that this actually works though. So host, turn off the light, join. The light is off. Woo! Not sure about this part. A bit weird. This good. Wait. You turn off the the light has to go slightly further forward. You turn like it lights on his head. Yeah, it's the spotlight that does that when you look down. But you turn off the lamp of the other guy when you turn off your own lamp. Not the light though, but the lamp. So how does that work? The references here. It's a lamp material. It's not unique. That's why. I changed the material setting. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Lamp lit and lamp not lit. Whatever. I'm gonna do it like this. You can't stop me. I'm gonna be lazy. Lamp. Lit. Unlit. Is unlit even a word? Can I say lit and unlit, or do I need to say lit and not lit? Unlit is a word. Okay. the mining helmet. Unlit. Use unlit one. Lamp lit one. We set energy of this one to 10. We set energy of this one. Blah blah blah. Energy is 0, like that. Now we turn off unlit. Name this lit. Do this. So unlit. We assign the lit lamp, the unlit lamp. Then in the mining helmet, I'm gonna go remove this to lamp lit. What is it called now? And this is kind of silly. I have the script here. But I also have it player object. How does that work? Did update here, so I guess it's fine. Let's see, what do we need? Mining lamp lit. And then here, lamp unlit. Lamp unlit. That. And then we use the visible. We drop this. Lamp lit. Lamp unlit. Let's see, it's not lit. Lights off, then it's not lit. It is unlit. Just put this down here. Pop them around like that. Lit. When the lights turn on, we turn lamp lit, visible, lamp unlit, not visible. Was that lazy? Maybe. Does it work? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Like, it's off there. Yeah, you can see it doesn't turn on and off on that player. And hopefully it does. Yeah, you can clearly see that it's on. Yeah, no problem. This is fine. This is working. Okay. Can run. Fully functional game already. So that might wrap it up for today, actually. We got through a lot by watching Brackeys' new light tutorial, making our own little lamps, which works in multiplayer as well. The light is definitely a bit sketch. And I think it's the fog that does it. We have to tweak the light a little if we're gonna make it really good. But I think it's completely fine for our first iteration of the light, right? Do we have notes? Diary. We did the button on and off for the light. We did the rotation of the light. We made the mining helmet. And I should also say we did Brackeys light tutorial, which was very good. We did Brackeys light tutorial, and we made our own mining helmet with a lamp on top. You can turn on and off. Turn the lamp on and off, and it functions in multiplayer. Very cool, very cool. I'm so happy that we can make things that work in multiplayer now. Even though, of course, we're still new to it and it takes longer than making something that only works in single player. But we understand enough basics that we are able to patch it together eventually, at least. Very good, very cool. For the next time, I suppose we should update this a little bit. For next time, we did this. We did this. And yeah, I guess we didn't have that on the list to do the mining helmet. So this is gonna stay the same. If we're gonna start world building, I want to learn about grid. I think grid is interesting. I really want to learn letting players place an item in the world. I think that's very interesting. Like, be able to put up a light or a building or a machine, something like this. I think that's very cool. Lights, machines, diggers, chests, whatever. Items include item examples, lights, diggers, furnace, turret, area specific, choose specific areas where specific items can be built. Area 3D probably. Collision. Make sure items don't collide. Height and placement. automatically place items on the ground. Something like that. Mega project. I don't know. This is definitely a big project. It is. Yeah, we have some fun things to do. If we every day are able to add just a little bit in a couple of weeks, we can maybe have something that's fun to play with the two friends together, running around and mining, growing their economy with machines. In 2 weeks, I don't think we will be able to have something like a defense system yet. Probably just the economy part. And of course, not fully fleshed out either. But a very basic concept. That would be fun. And I think we can learn a lot. Like, this I don't think I can learn too much from, maybe a little. But this I will be able to learn from, I believe. At least it's good practice. Well, we did not add any script that subtract anything from the inventory yet, so we should, of course, we should try it, and this is a good way to do it. Put stuff from your inventory into a common storage, allowing other players to use the resources as well. Or perhaps just limiting your own storage to like you can maximum carry 100 ore and then you have to deposit it in a chest or something. I don't know. Have to think about the gameplay loop, of course. Find out what's fun. On one hand, like you don't, it doesn't seem fun ever to like manage your inventory, running back and forth and dropping off stuff and stuff like this. But the thing is, when you have annoying stuff like that, it also gives the player something to look forward to if you're gonna start adding bigger backpacks or like automatic mining, or like Satisfactory does this really well, right? Colony Survival does this really well. A lot of annoying tasks that you have to do kind of just makes it feel so good when you automate them. Like if it was automatic from the beginning, I don't think you can appreciate it so much. No? If you start Satisfactory in the phase where you already have the first machine built, or let's say you started Satisfactory with an entire factory, like, oh, that wouldn't be fun. where is the limit? How much should you give the player to begin with? Is it good to have this annoying tasks to begin with? Just to have the player appreciate when he reaches the point that they are automatic. Yeah, these are things I have to think about for the gameplay loop. And I have to think about, I said this many times, like, do I actually want a real system when it comes to giving the player a lot of power when it comes to manual mining as well? Like, could that be fun? Getting a really powerful pickaxe, maybe some talents or something that makes you able to mine like crazy on your own as well without the use of machines. Doesn't have to be a complete copycat of every other like Satisfactory, Factorio, things like this, where you let the machine completely take over just because that's the idea, right? With the mining is boring. I want the machines to do it for me. I don't want to do anything. Like that's the idea of those games. But maybe we could make mining fun. Maybe we could make it big numbers, meaningful upgrades to the mining, and give the player incentive to enjoy the mining process. I don't know. We could try different options. Well, that's for next time. Thanks for watching today. And I will consider what to do for next time. It might be tomorrow, but this week is a little difficult to predict since I am currently also participating in the next fest. If anyone is actually actively watching the stream, I don't know. Just give a little shout out if you want to see the full version of the first game I made, first trial, the 9 Trials of Whiskers. And I'll play it on stream if you wanna check it out. Thanks for watching. Bye.